Okay, I can't wait around forever, so I'll start now. This is going to be the Game Jam or Langjam Game Jam stream series. It actually started 2 days ago. It started Saturday night for me, but I thought it started today. Oh. So I started it today. Well, actually, I started writing down notes late at night because a few years ago, I had a dream about a programming language called Duet. And the way that it worked was there were two basic things. There were expressions, and there were effects. So, like, basically, you could assign to a variable, and then if the variable changed, you could, like, have, like, a listener for when this variable changes, you do something with it. And I thought, in the dream, that was kind of neat, but I'd prefer if I just had, like, C# or something, because it was kind of hard to use. But as I've been, like, thinking about different languages and different design, I've been wondering about, like, basically having a language that's this simple, where you could use it for scripting in games, because the nice part about this is if we make it so that you can only assign to a variable and, like, this is a binding to it, you can basically know the dependencies of every variable very easily. So, like, A depends only on B. So if B changes, you have to update A. And so you can have, like, very compact code where, like, I could have, like, movement equals, I don't know, keyboard dot get, or let's say, like, keyboard up plus keyboard down. Let's start structuring this as if I'm making the actual language. So, like, let's make this like Python or something. So that way we get some basic syntax highlighting. So yeah, maybe like keyboard right plus keyboard. So let's say this is our movement vector, where we just assign it once. And basically, anytime these values change, it updates this value, because we're not like assigning to a variable once. We are binding this variable to this expression. And anytime anytime any of these dependencies change, we update this variable. That's kind of my thinking with, like, this language. And basically, it would do this every frame. Well, basically anytime these variables change, which would be every frame for a game. And also, it's called Duet because that was the name in the dream, but also I imagine this being a language that's well suited to, like, parallel programming. Like, you make a bunch of little entities, and then, like, for example, if you have 1,000 things that depend on movement, for example, you only need to update this once, and you can, like, get a very clear set of dependencies and be like, okay, all of these read the same variable, so we don't even need to, like, I don't need to go through the process of manually figuring out that this is something that's not used by every instance of the object uniquely. The program can do that because we have our dependencies. We know what depends on what. And so if it's not unique for the given object, we just do it once. And so my goal is to basically try and design this weird little system as quickly as possible. And I'm thinking a few things. Actually, let's get my to-do list out. And we should probably start making, like, repos and things. Let's do D16. What are we on now? Like 35? Okay, make directory repo c repo git init dot. Okay, so this is going to be game jam or Langjam Gamejam. I think our new thing should be, first of all, let's say the game design, then the language, and also the game design will be like, I guess, like summary, hypothetical program. Basically what I'm going to do is I actually have quite a few notes here about what the game is going to be. It's going to be pretty simple. And then I'm going to just try writing the actual program as if the language already existed before I actually do anything. But then what I'll do is like lexer, editor, parser, compiler. We actually probably need the VM earlier. Because I'm imagining this being a browser game, actually. But I want a core VM that's in WebAssembly, and then the compiler will be in JavaScript. Because I already have some experience, like, with making, like, syntax highlighted editors in the browser, and I think that'd be a really fun thing of, like, if I just have it on the website of, like, you can program your own game now. You know, using this horrific language. But okay. Let's say this is going to be... Oh, wait. Initial commit. Let's say, like, to do. But okay. The game itself is basically going to be Geometry Wars. I'm imagining just like a very simple arena. Maybe something like this. You know, just a single screen. I would like kind of something a little bit interesting, like a plus shaped. And then just a little arrow. And it's going to be slightly different than Geometry Wars, mostly because I don't remember anything about Geometry Wars other than the concept of shooting shapes. Because in this game, you have a crosshair controlled by the mouse, you have your little guy controlled by, like, arrow keys or WASD. And then there's, like, 3 enemy types. There will be squares. The squares just go directly toward you. There will be circles. The circles spiral around and try to hit you from the side. And then there will be triangles, which just go in, like, a I'm not sure exactly, but I want them to just be moving in paths that are independent of the player. So you can't, like, coax them into doing things, and they're more like a hazard. And then the final thing would be a boss monster, which I'm thinking as a cool skull. And the cool skull would basically, from its eyes, shoot out circles that do the normal circle thing, and then it leaves a trail of triangles slowly behind it. And then you can, when you beat it, you get like a little menu, and then you can go into like endless mode. And what I think happens then is it just repeats the loop, except enemies get stronger, they get faster, and your rate of fire increases. So yeah, I'm kind of blazing through the, like, design here, because I did all of this last night. Well, let's say concept art. Oh, wait, no. Let's put this in the repo. Those are going to be enemies. That's my cool concept art. And then there will be a few types of ammunition. Actually, I think what it'll be is actually just one type of bullet internally, but with a few different parameters. Basically, there'll be the number of shots fired simultaneously, so, like, you can have, like, let's say that. So, like, shot count, guns. And then you can also have a like homing property on them. So if we have our crosshair here, we can have basically like that. And I'm also going to have a spread. That'd be fun, actually. So yeah, like we'll have the angle that they spread. So when you have multiple shots, spread variable, and then there will be a homing variable. And so even if your shots are spread out, they will converge at the crosshairs if you have the homing variable. And so I think what I'll do is I'm just going to have power-ups that are scattered around. So I'm just going to have like a plus, and then like spread plus, and then we'll have homing plus. So power-ups to increase or decrease variables. Homing is discrete, on or off. And so what I'd like to do is basically, I mean, I think this is kind of all we would need for a simple video game. So yeah, let's say guns. So yeah, and I'll put U, circle, enemy, path, charges. I should maybe make it a different shape, but that's okay. And let's say eyes light up before firing. Before firing a volley of circles. And so those are kind of, I think I should just start with these, and then I'll add the ability to, like, for example, pause. Because eventually I'd also like things like the ability to track, or the ability to have menus and things, but that's going to be kind of complicated with this setup. So I think let's program as if this exists. And let's program as if the game exists. So we'll just do like single game. Because I think we'll need the concept of singletons. Let's see, so 16 jams, 35 repo, code. Let's say duets. Yeah, that seems fine. And also, I'm going to say right now, the game is, or the language is case insensitive. But okay, let's say player equals player new. Should I do, I don't know exactly what I want the syntax for operators to be. I'll do that for now. And then board equals board new. And then I think we need a timer. Equals 0.0 colon timer plus time dot delta. Or let's say frame time. This will be some sort of exterior thing, exterior API. Actually, yeah, this is fine. So I think what I want is for enemies, me spawning. I'm trying to think, how do I want to spawn enemies? Because I think what I want is when an enemy spawns, there's a circle that forms, and then the enemy comes through. So, like, before enemy spawns, a dark circle grows, and then they appear inside the circle. And it could look nice as either, like, the enemies, like, grow out of the circle, or maybe, like, the circle grows to cover where the enemy will spawn. Then the enemy just appears there, and then the circle, like, instantly closes. Or then the circle, like, quickly shrinks back down to nothing and disappears. You know, and then the enemy's there. But that way the player has a clear indication of where the enemies are going to come from, and they're not going to be, like, blindsided. And that way I don't have to actually have enemies, like, created there. Does the game actually need the... I guess the game does need the player. Admittedly, I'm sort of ambivalent about the syntax. I've been thinking about this, of like, basically, if we have one expression, how do we set the initial value for values that are updating? I guess what I could do is even just have, like, integrate. And then there's just a special function that is adding it over time or accumulating it. Yeah, so my first step, so let's do this. So basically, player needs to, yeah, there's such a blank space here now, because we have such a massive, like, realm of things that I want to do. What if we start with just the player? Like, we start with just this, and then I actually try to implement this. I did say that I wanted to design the entire game first and then make the hypothetical program the entire game hypothetically as if the language existed and then do that, but I don't know. I think the design's pretty clear. So I think I should probably figure out how I want to design the player. So let's say single player, or let's just say player itself. So we'll have, like, speed equals, like, I don't know, 10. Actually, let's start much simpler. Movement equals, keyboard up, down, or board left. You know what? I'm going to say it's going to be easier to figure this out if I have dot syntax rather than trying to do, like, nice syntax. So basically we'll have movement be some sort of like tuple-like thing where we just get the keyboard, like we just get left and right on the keyboard. And eventually I can add WAS support. And then what I'm going to do is position equals let's say it starts at 0 or whatever initial position we have. Actually, you know what? Yeah, that's fine. Then we'll just do position plus movement times speed times frame time. And speed will equal whatever it is. Okay, so this should be enough. Oh wait, let's do also sprite equals sprite dot, let's say like game or like file dot load sprite, and this will be, I don't know, player dot png. And then we'll do what do we want here exactly? I guess we'll just do sprite.position equals position. Okay, so this seems like a reasonable first thing for us to figure out of how to do any of this. Let's get like, I don't know, 16 by 32. This will be our cool enemy, or this will be our cool good guy. Good Mick guy is his name. Don't wear it out. Oh. Okay. That is Langjam repo assets. Player PNG. Okay, so what we need now is we need a window that this is running in. And we need some way of telling the game that this is what we do. I think this is going to be program. So it'll look for things called program, or like this program and then the class name. And then let's just call this like an object, or like entity. Okay. And yeah, I guess for the position here, I'm going to have... I'll figure out the coordinates. Okay. Now what I need is the actual, like, thing here. So this will be fun. We're going to need to do, let's say, like, www. Head, title, duet, body, game, or Langjam Gamejam entry, duets, canvas, So yeah, I need to figure out an HTML canvas. And I think for now, doing the whole VM in C, I'll save that for the end. For now, what I'll do is I'll just get the language actually like implemented. But okay, width, let's say the width is going to be, let's say ID equals game canvas. How large do I want it? I think it's going to be 800 equals 600. Actually, we don't need that there, do we? Oh, I see. We do need quotes. Is there a difference between single and double quotes and attributes? I don't think so. And let's just have a style here as well. And I'll do Python. Let's do this here. So 1635 repo www. Oh. That's what I need. Okay. So now what I should be able to do is go to localhost 8080. Okay, we have our thing. And we got a canvas here. It has nothing drawn to it because, as you might imagine, I did not draw anything here. Okay, and then what I'm going to have is H2. Text area. Because now what I want is to go to, let's get my other folder for my Algol 60 compiler. Because that's a very similar design. Okay, where would that be? I think it'd probably be in other software, WebAssembly, Algol. Tests? I think tests is where the folder is. Yeah. This has my editor that I use everywhere. Let's see. So, actually, we don't really need most of this right now. Because, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's specific to the Algol compiler, as you might imagine. Let's see, function highlight. I think that will be good. But yeah, lots and lots of things. Let's just call this results equals that. Or like, actually, do we want that in here? Maybe we want that inside the editor? I mean, honestly, maybe we want most of this stuff inside the editor like this. Yeah, because we could do, like, editor sync scroll. I'll ignore that for now. Let's keep the result. Let's ignore that. Okay, I want to copy our highlight CS. So that's going to be index, style, main content, about, editor, editor root, code container, editor text, log text. I think this is stuff that I need, probably. Because we have, basically the way that my editor is designed, it has two components. It has a text area, then it has the pre-code. And that way I can change the color of the code, even though text areas do not support that. Yeah, let's just put that there. And then let's just get our div here, editor, I think. I think it's just going to be these up to here. What's this depth? Huh. I think that's what I need. Okay, and I'm not going to have the example here because that was all for that. Okay, type some code. Let's say that. Type code here. So is this all... I guess this all looks right. Yeah, we got our text area, we got our pre, we got our this, we got our break. Then we got our little hints for like that. Okay, let's see if that is properly loaded in. Oh, right. We need to properly actually, like, update the code. Basically, anytime we do this... Okay, text JavaScript editor JS. What's happening? Let's get this editor working. Okay, 404 file not found. Inspect. So we got the editor here. Oh, is it because I don't have the code to enable the editor? Did I delete that by mistake? And also, I should probably have, like, let's delete that. Let's get... Actually, let's just open a folder. Langjam. That way we got a clean thing here. Okay. So we get the editor, editor text, editor status. So that should all be in here. Hmm. See, I'm trying to figure out... Let's just print, I guess... Okay, so we're loading that up. So why is it not working? Does my highlight function do things that are important? I think it might. I think I might have changed how this works. So what I'm going to do for now is probably just do view equals document.getElement by ID this, and then we'll just like set this. View.inner text equals text. Yes, that's what I needed. So now we have this. So we have a cool editor, and we'll have the thing up here. And I'll also need some sort of like tabular container type thing. Because I think what I'll do is there'll be a set of buttons that you can press to create new files. Yeah, because now I need to figure out how to actually handle, like, we need multiple files in this directory. Like, what it's going to be is, like, it just loads up this directory. How do I want to do that? I guess let's just have the list of files. So we'll need probably a script up here. And I'll call this, like, runtime or something. Or let's say... yeah. Const runtime equals... Actually, I'm curious. Do constant values... So what is a const object? I don't actually know much about JavaScript. If an object, its properties can be added, updated, or removed. Okay. So we can't reassign to it, but we can update it, and that's exactly what I want here. Let's just call it duet. So we'll have, like, files equals nothing. Actually, by default, it'll equal, duet, player, duet. Do I want anything fancy here? I'll say this is fine for now. Or what I'll do is I'll have this be nothing, and what we'll do is we will load. So const load files. Or load, yeah, load files. No, let's just do that. Or okay, I think that's how this would work. And then let's say, like, remove file. Or let's say, like, load objects. Remove objects. Name. And what we'll do at the start is duet dot load object duet game dot duet dot load object duet slash player duet, and then, like, duet dot compile. Okay, so it's going to be is, like, console.log duet loading path. Definitely compiling. Okay. And then also, I think I want the editor here. Well, it seems silly to me that this is, like, not part of the editor script, but I'll leave that as it is. This is going to be duet compile. And let's say compile and run. Well, actually, let's just call it that. So duet.compile will be that. And I might even make this into a separate file eventually. But okay, let's try this again. So any issues here? Nope. We definitely loaded our files. Yeah, it's definitely compiling all of the things that it needs to compile. And so yeah, now I think what I want to do is I want to have our game Let's see. Is have the files actually loaded. So yeah, what we'd have is we'd have the files here, and there'd probably be like a create file. So it'd be like, or like create, what would it be? I guess we'd do that in here when we load the object. Actually, let's say that with this. So this is going to be a dictionary. Name of object slash file to path. So path is a string, and then like text as a string as well. And so yeah, basically if we detect, for example, program game, and also we should probably have the type then. And that'll just be a string for now. And actually, I just remembered. I said that this language is going to be like case insensitive. Because eventually what I want, I think it'd be funny, is the ability to have like paragraph formatting. Where you basically just have like everything on one line, and you just have periods separating everything. And then you can have like capitalization for just the start of a sentence, quote unquote. That'd be funny. But for now, what I'll do, lowercase. I want everything to be lowercase for now. But okay, our main thing, I forget how to load. So JS get, HTTP get. Okay. Path. And so, is this relative? Hopefully it is. Const URL base, that's not, the URL constructor to the URL parse. URL API. Relative references are resolved against the base URL using a path reference relative to the blah, or the site root. Okay, so I'll do this for now. Current relative directory. A relative prefixed with / is relative to that. I'm just going to see, first of all, if fetch actually works with this. So let's do method like get. So yeah, let's just do this. If not response dot okay. And then like if files dot, or let's say if name in files dot, how do we delete an object from hang on. D equals A1, B2, D dot delete, remove, erase. Delete D dot A. Okay, so we just do that. So I think I could do delete DB. Okay. Else, we'll just do console warn duet no such file or object. Okay. Duet remove name. I mean, I know that I don't really need to have like a space here, for example, since having it as separate variables makes it do the thing that I want it to do, but this is fine. And you know what? For now, we're just going to do files path equals type beats me path oh wait, no, text something eventually. Console.error duet could not load file path. Else, we'll do that. And then we should have, actually, we should return here. Okay. So we can fetch this. I need to get the response content, but I'm going to use the bathroom first. Okay, I'm back. So we were looking at getting data. So I think, what is our response here? Returns promise, which is filled with a response. And a response has probably text, I'm assuming, somewhere in here. So the body is probably, okay, so it's a readable stream. So if I just, can I just get the text? Okay, we can just get text. Gonna do text equals response text. Okay, and what I'll need is the ability to have buttons, and those buttons will do, how should we do this? I'm thinking basically we have something to the side here that'll give us a list of files, and it'll be just like a scrollable thing. So yeah, we have editor root, and then I'm gonna do, div id equals editor, or let's say file panel. And this will be like H3 bomber guy. No, H3 is the H3 is the YouTube channel. Wait, why is my music not playing? Oh, it's just pretty quiet. Okay. Files. And we'll have a button. This will be like new, like create file. And I'll have to figure out how to actually like make things editable. But okay, I think the way that I'll do this is for our editor root, position relative height 400 pixels. I kind of want a flex box here. Oh, we have editor as a thing as well. I just realized. Oh, I see what I can do. Music has too much dynamic range. It should all be the same volume. But okay, I'm going to put this as here. Div id equals main content. Get all of this indented. Because then we have this. And what I'll do is file panel. Flex equals, let's say 0.5 or something. And then main content needs its own positioning, because I think it's going to be, what should it be? Okay, main content display flex. So now we come back here, we got our files, we got our editor. Then we have our thing up here. Great. So we can create a file that does nothing. And you know what, I'm going to have as well a input type equals text. File name. .duet. Oh, wait, whoops. Wait, what is this? Wait, what? Isn't there like a... Hang on. Is Sublime Text just like not understanding what I want, or is this? Hang on. Async path. Could not load file. Duet blah. So xhr get 404 file not found. Huh? Why is it not found? Because it seems to be... Oh, I know what it is. This isn't part of the www anymore. Which means that... Where should I put that? I guess what I do is I just move this inside the... there. And that means I also move the assets inside of here. Files is not defined. Ah, okay. And that's because we need this dot files. Presumably. So this dot files is undefined. How do we get the properties? Can I just do, like, do I just do duet.files? Okay. And actually that means that we should await this. How do we do this? I guess we do dot then. So we gotta do kind of a callback hell. And then dot then duet.compile. Does that work? Okay. And now we definitely are compiling. So yeah, now we can load all of our files, and then we can do all of that. I wonder if I can do this. No, okay. Because I assume this just returns the same promise as this, so it will do like them in either, or so it'll just launch both of them simultaneously. Okay, well, could be worse. But yeah, once we get a bunch of code in files, it'll be kind of annoying. But okay, let's also then add a button. Oh yeah, we should also then have a button HTML, so like an element. Hang on. Other thing that I want. Go back to my what have you. I typically have a makeChild function. Very useful. And so what I can do is then we would get our file panel. I'm going to do a unordered list. ID equals files. And what we can do is remove. How do we delete a, like, JS remove element? Okay. If it has no parent node, calling that does nothing. We're going to do duet.files name.elements removed. Because what we do when we add an object is, let's see, loading that. So text equals this, element equals make child document element by ID. What is this going to be? Files list. Let's just call it that. Oh wait, this is going to be kind of tricky. Let ul equals. Fun fact, I heard that let is slower. So const and let are slower than var by like 5%. So if you're writing performant JavaScript, remember that. They're slower, like by like 5%. But okay, let ul equal make child. This will be a get elements by ID, files list, ul. Oh wait, no, we need li. And then we do let button child document by ID item button. And also we should probably have a class here. And I can do that by just setting the attributes. So we'll do that by like, let's put that, yeah, let's put that here. Class list, or no, file button item. Or let's say file list item. Oh wait. There we go. Now we create those, and then we don't need to get an element by ID again because we just make the child of the button. And then that should be button.inner text equals path. And then this is button. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, now we got two buttons, and when we click these, they should do something cool over here. They should load the file and put the like content in there. And that would be by doing a pressed. So button on pressed on click. Okay, and I think the way that we do that is we can do button.onClick, or we can do button add event listener. I'm not sure which one is better. I'm gonna do add event listener click duet dot switch to dot bind path. No, name. No, I think path is fine. Or whatever name is going to be. Let's do var ID, or let ID equal name. Or path for now. Basically, so that way we can have this as a unique thing. To name. Okay, so when we switch to an object, that's going to be if name in duet.files. How do we set? I think it's going to be editor dot set content or something like that. How would we do that? Text. This dot text dot inner text equals yeah, the fact that I have this sync scroll and highlight here feels like it's gonna be causing problems for me. I'll just try to figure out. Let's close this. Don't need that. Let's just do set text. Text. Why do I do two different things here? But okay, this dot text dot inner text equals text. And then let's see if there's anything else that we need in here. Oh yeah, and we need to also make sure that we're saving the currently held text. So like what we should do is like have a file, or like active file equals nothing for now. So yeah, we'll just do like switch to when we load an object, we should switch to it immediately. So switch to button dot, no, switch to ID. And actually, I'm just realizing, JS function bind. I think this is not going to do what I want it to do. Yeah, that's not what I want. I wanted basically JavaScript's version. So what we actually need to do here is just do duet dot switch to ID. And then we switch to the ID. And then when we switch to a thing, we're going to do active file. And let's first do if duet.activeFile in duet.files duet dot do we get editor text value, or how do we get the editor here? Okay, so we just do editor text value. So yeah, what we do first is duet.files duet.active file dot text equals duet dot files. No, I know. This is just editor text value. Otherwise, duet active file equals name editor set content duet.files name texts. And we don't need that either. Okay, let's see if that does anything. Not quite. Switch to is not defined because we're doing that first. And that's because... Oh, wait. That's because we need to do that first. Editor set content is not a function. That's because I should do set content. And then we should be able to click these and it should do something. Text area blah. So it's not quite working how I want it to. So why is that? I think it's because it's setting the... So this .text.value equals that. When we sync scroll, text equals that. View inner text equals text. So I think what we should do is when we set the content, we should then highlight. So if the name is in duet.files, else console.error duet could not switch to file name. Okay, so now it's getting a little bit closer. Oh wait, because we need to await the object.text. There we go. Okay. So now we can switch between files. Next thing I want is probably just a little thing at the top here to tell us what the status is. So I'm going to do that probably right in here as just editor. Let's put it as like... Let's see. How do I want to do this? Because I don't think I can just put this here. Actually, I know what to do. Editing a new file. Let's actually make this like H4. And then what I'm going to do is ID equals file. Let's say current file. Admittedly, spending a lot of time on this editor when I don't know anything about the language yet, but I want it to be like functional. And then yeah, we need the ability to create a file. Can we do like a, how do we do like value equals this maybe? There we go. And then let's say document get element by ID, current file, inner text equals something when we switch to it. So get element by ID, current file dot inner text equals thing name. Actually, we can just do... I just had a much simpler idea. Okay. So now we can switch between the two. So we got game, got player, and then we'll have the actual game up here. And now all I need to do is do the lexing and parsing and compiling and runtime and the game library. Okay, so I guess let's just start with lexing. So I think I should do let's do get status So, basic game design and editor. Oh wait, we didn't actually create the new file system yet. I'll do that. So yeah, basically, when we click the new button, it should do like duet.create file. Okay. Create file. Oh wait. Okay, so this should be ID equals. Actually, how do we get the values? So when we do on oh wait. Yeah, we don't need that there. We need that in ID equals new file name. Just do that. Bar name equals new new file name dot value, and then we will add an object here. So let's see, how would I do that? I'm gonna split out this stuff here into this. So yeah, so we make a child item. We're gonna do add objects. There we go. Add object info. Oh, and I guess we just have a key. So this will be ID equals path. ID. There we go. Info. So this equals info. And then this button dot inner text equals ID. Okay, and that way I can just add the object using the name. And it's going to be type beats me, path is name, text equals new file name. Oh, and then we need the element. That'll be created independently. So it'll be info element equals button. Okay. Do I want there to be... I'll keep it compact like this. Okay. So yeah, now we do the same thing. And I guess we could hypothetically not need to do this, but I'm going to do that anyway. But okay, now we have that. And actually I'm going to have if name in duet files already. Name ID in duet.files. Console error duplicate file name ID return. Okay. So now we should be able to also create a new file. Oh wait. I keep forgetting. Okay. So now we can do this, and then we could do like bullet.duet, create a file, almost. Document.get element by ID. Oh, because I did a lowercase b, I'm pretty sure, somewhere in here. Wait, which one is it? 102, create file. Get element by ID. Did I do something? Oh. Uppercase D. Okay, so now we can create a file. And then we got bullet.duet. And these duet slashes are like the preloaded files. And then eventually I'm going to also be able to add removing files, which I guess I should do now. And I guess I'll just have it delete current file or something like that. Ah, well. Okay. So we have that. And actually, I'm seeing as well that I do need some distinction between, like, this and, like, this. So we should probably do, like, create player. Or, like, new player, like that. But okay. Let's begin the process of highlighting. Because we're going to need... Let's see our token types. Let's call this... Let's go to... Let's just call this, like, compiler.js. Or, like, duet. Function... text. Also means I should probably move this code here into whatever we're doing. And I'll do that. There we go. Do I want anything here? I think I'm going to have this actually still in the actual index page. So that way we have that all loaded up. Duplicate file name, duet, game.duet. Oh, yeah, because I didn't change that. There we go. Okay. So now it loads the files. All that's fine and dandy. Then it compiles it, which it definitely does. And then we get a list of tokens. So I'm going to be referring back to my algol 60. Let's see. So where is that actually? How does that... Oh, wait. I see. It's because now we need to go back up to here. Open folder. Select the whole algol folder, not just the test pages. Because, yeah, now we have things like our lexer. So yeah, I'm going to kind of copy this, because I think, really, the main things we need are operators. So yeah, let's do, like, tokens. This would be we'd have like identifier, operator, number, bracket start, bracket end, paren start, paren end. Do we need any fancy I think we'd have like an indentation. Comma, semicolon, assignment. Because yeah, if we look at this, we have identifiers, and right now we don't have any of the like major white space, so I think I can just do brackets, multipliers. Oh, strings. And then like comment. And I think the comments will just be grabbed by the tokenizer, because it's just going to be line comments for now. Well, would it be grabbed by the tokenizer? I think so. I think that makes sense. And we could just have it like, you know, when it sees a quote, it then reads all of this until it gets to the last thing. Okay. And then we should have something like duet.tokenNames. And that would be duet. How would that exactly work? How did I do that in Algol? Because we do some freezing. Yeah, we freeze token names. So I'm just going to do let token names duet dot token names equals that. There we go. And then yeah, we can freeze duet token names, duet tokens, and whatever. But I don't really need to do that right now. See, and I think I might just have all of the duet stuff in one gigantic file for now, because I don't need to have very complicated stuff. So this will just be a list of dictionaries, I think, with it'll be like the token, and then the start, and then the span, and then the length of it, which technically you don't need, but whatever. Type duet.token. Token. Span, start, int, and int. Or start, like, length? Which one's better? I think length is typically what I need more. Doesn't matter that much, admittedly, but... Yeah, and this will be useful because this is what I'll use for syntax highlighting as our first order of business. And I think, do I want to have a... I think I'm going to have number, and then I'm going to have like an exponent component. So this is going to be integer, and then we're going to have like 13 here as like a float component. Or like, let's call it num int, num float, num exponent. So basically just integer component of numbers, any known operator. And actually, they should probably be... I guess it's fine for now. It'll be like this. Identifiers. Any leading white space used for a class of things. And actually, that means we also need a new line. We don't need to document like that. The equals sign, which is not an operator. String with quotes and escaped text. Comment character and text. Floating component of number. Point X. Number plus minus EX. One or more new line characters. So yeah, one or more new line characters and any empty lines. Excluding the leading indentation. So basically what that means is if we had, for example, let's say like frame equals count or something like this, frame.count. And then if we want the frame, you know, if we do something on every frame, we print like frame. And let's just have like this for now. So that way it's easy for me to do like our like thing. Or so that way I don't have to have like dynamic typing or operator overloading or function overloading, stuff like that. So this is a symbol, or this is a token. This is a token, the new line. However, if we had this, where it's doing this whole thing would be one token. And then this would be the other token to say we had a new line and then we had indentation. So that means that this should be related to this. Because this is how the frames will actually like update. And I guess we just print number here. Okay. So that means what I'm going to do is actually let's also have let's keep it simple for now. So yeah, let us now try to figure out how to tokenize. And I'm going to do that by just looking at my other tokenizer and remembering how to do things. Okay, I just had a bunch of rejects. So I think it'll be the classic regex new. Let's see. So it should be, all of these should be at the start of the word. So tilde. How do I want to do our identifiers? I think it should be, I think there's like a /alpha. Yeah. I'll just do this for this. So yeah, what this means is we have at least one Unicode alpha type. Then we have any number of alphanumerics and digits and underscores. And then we have a breaking character. So like anything that's not a letter. And we have as many of these as we want. Or as few. And then that's U. So I think that is for Unicode. Const r op equals I think it might be anything that's not alphanumeric. Let's figure this out. Num r int new that'll be easy. Const r float equals new regular expression. This will be an actual period followed by any number of digits. And then we could have, I think what I'm going to have is a floating component must have at least one letter after it, or at least one number after it. Because in some languages you can have like var x equals 1 point, and this means it's a floating point. But I'm just going to have it so that you have to do that. Because I don't want to bother trying to parse that and like inferring which one is which. And regular expressions will be we can have a plus sign or minus sign. Does this have to be like that? And then E plus. And then also E. Const r string start equals, how do we do that? I think this is just going to be that. Or let's say r quote. So yeah, I'm going to use single quotes. Const r escape equals that. I mean, I guess this isn't really like that. We can just do like s quote. I'll do that. Basically, any constant strings, I'll start with s. Any rejects, I'll start with r. Anytime I'm not using double quote or single, or anytime I don't have to use single quotes, I should use them. Or whatever. One or the other. I like single quotes because I don't have to press the shift key. Okay. Const comments equals wait, hang on. Do we actually need this? Why do I need this here? Yeah, I don't need that. And I don't need new either. Hashtag. And then anything that's not a new line, so just be like tilde n. Like that, I think. And we probably just have that. Actually, I guess we just do anything here. All the way to the end of the line. Const operator. And I think this is just going to be anything that's not white space, I guess. Actually, hang on. Because, yeah, basically, if it's not an identifier or a number or, you know, any of the other predefined things, like, operator will be the very last thing that it is. And that'll just be a catch-all for everything that's not white space. So, regular expression. How do we get not white space? I think I have that here somewhere. I think it's slash capital S, isn't it? Non-white space character class matches a single character other than white space. So what I'm going to do is basically just slash S plus. A catch-all. Or for all white space. No, what is this? Actually, the issue is, this is fine. I'll basically make it so that you can't have, for example, like a plus and a times together, or like, you know, times -3 or whatever, like that. You'd have to split it up into two things, because otherwise it's going to assume times minus is one operator. Oh, and then we should also have an invalid token, so 16 for now. Or editor. There we go. Okay, so Okay, so how many of these did I need? Like 14? 16? Okay. So let's say constant s new line will equal... We will not deal with returns. Well, actually, what if we did? Our new line will equal anything that is a new line or a return, like that. And actually, we could have any amount of white space like this. So basically, any amount of white space plus, or as long as it ends in a new line or a, some number of new lines and carriage returns. And that should all be one token. And I think what I'll do is I'm going to have the function... so right now what I did is a billion of these. I'm going to do it a little bit better than that. Actually, I prefer how I did the tokens here. So basically where I did I have like a period and then the exponent operator there. So I'm going to do that actually. Num exponent, so this is just going to be plus or minus e. And then we're just going to have a period here. Because I do need periods anyway. Period equals... And that means that we can have an exponent. So basically it'll be part of, I guess, yeah, e plus or minus with no white space. And actually it should be e or e. Actually, when I do this, I should probably just do like plus minus, like that. So yeah, now we can have positive characters. And actually, I kind of would like the ability to have underscores in my numbers. Might as well put it in here. Let's do that. So that'll be int, so we can have a d, and then underscores. Followed by d plus, plus. I guess it'd be like underscore question mark d plus. Yeah, that's what we need. So, okay. Now, our integers will be a digit followed by either a number or an underscore or a digit and any number of them. And let's have all of our things up here, all of our regular expressions followed by quotes, followed by, I guess I'll keep this here as well. So is there anything else that I want? I'm going to call this digits. So numbers and underscores. So this will now be our digits. We don't need a floating component as a separate token because now it's just going to be digits, period, digits. And I'm kind of thinking the way to do this is like function grab exp. So this will be expression or let's say token value. You know, I'd kind of prefer to have the tokens themselves have an ID. So like we can do, well, I don't care. Well, I kind of do actually. Well, I'm trying to figure out what exactly I want for tokens. Yeah, I'll not do that for now. We're just gonna do, we're gonna get our text, so it's gonna be like var c equals 0. So this is like our current character. And what we will have is, I believe regular expressions can check for a string, or a string starts at a certain place. So I'll show you what I do for my find regex, for example, here. So basically, yeah, you know, let's copy most of this stuff. Like function is good. That means we can still have characters. And then we can have, like, skip white space. And this should probably be things that are not lines. Because, yeah, now we actually do need to think about the white space that we're looking at. How would I do that? Let's look for character classes. So W, word class escapes, W, non-word character escapes. Any character that is not in the Latin alphabet. So S, so white space. Okay, so this does all of these. So what we need is probably just spaces. Yeah, I'm going to say we skip spaces. So what is U0020? Is that a space? It is. So yeah, we're just going to skip spaces. Oh, wait. That's not the thing I need to modify. The other one is the one I need to modify. Don't need to learn about bind anymore. Did I mess with my Lexer? Hang on. Okay. No, I didn't. Okay, so what I'm going to do is when we grab... So we don't need, for example, before... Or in this algo compiler is more complicated, so we only need find string, basically, and find regex. So yeah, skip space, let m equal... Yeah, let's say that is going to be here as well. Skip space equals true. If skip space, skip spaces. Okay, so we have to do this here. So I'm going to do if token is reg expression. How do we actually get, like, class or regular check type of object? Yeah, because type of doesn't really do that. To string call t. Exactly one proper way to determine the type or the class of an object. Yeah, because I want to figure out if I can just use... you know what? String, or let's say, that's going to be the token. String. And then we're going to have function grab token, or no, grab regex token, regular expression, skip space equals true. Yeah, because we can do like strings here. So if the lower text, oh, I see. I did var low text equals text dot to lower. Is that how we do that? To lowercase, okay. And var tokens equals nothing. And what we'll have is like a function add token. Type span, or type length. Tokens dot push back. How do we... I should just keep looking at this function. I'm basically going to be copying myself completely. Because, yeah, we have tokens push. In fact, do we even need... Well, we don't really need that, because we're not going to be using the length. So, yeah, let's just do tokens.push type equals type span c length. And then c plus equals length, I guess. That makes sense. And basically what I'll do here is if let's see, when we grab a string, if low text starts with string from the character C, we will then add token token string dot length return true, else return false. If low text dot matches, so yeah, here we actually need to do text substring C dot match regex, and actually var m equals text substring match blah. If m add token, this should be token m dot length, no, m0 dot length. Return true, else return false. Oof, okay. While is good. So what I'm going to do now is if. We're going to have one gigantic if statement, and if it's true, we just continue. And I guess else we add token duet dot token invalid. And this should be, what should it be? I guess just one. We'll basically just, if any of the tokens match, we'll do that. But okay, now we got our work cut out for us, because it's going to be grab Duet token. I need to get a second window. How do I do that? Control 2? Shift Control 2? View, we need layout 2. Okay, Alt Shift 2. That one also needs to be duet. And then just make that an entirely separate thing. Oh. Shift Alt 1. Huh? What? Wasn't it literally like Shift Alt? Layout? Oh, okay, I see. There's no thing there. But okay, what I want... This just works better. For some reason, Sublime Text's things are kind of jank. But okay, I'm basically just going to go through all of our things. Grab rejects, get token, ident, r, ident, or... Let's do it... How do I want to do this? Or grab rejects. Oh wait, we need indentation as well. So this will be constant. Let's do like or grab rejects, duet token, new line, r new line. So yeah, basically I'm going to be using the short circuiting, so like these will be in a priority. So like the very last one would be grab rejects, duet dot token dot operator, r operator. You know what? I don't need like a billion, I don't really need any of these. Paren start. Oh wait, we don't need commas here. And oh wait. Or grab string duet token comma. Oh wait, hang on. Wait, did I do... Okay, never mind. Twitch's UI is confusing. And I should probably have, while I'm doing colons and semicolons, let's do colon. So duet.token dot colon. Because I'm sure I'll need colons at some point. Well, you know what? A colon's going to be an... I don't know. I'll do colons as operators for now. I don't know what they'll be for, but they'll be for something. Yeah, so anything that I don't recognize, it'll be an operator. And that should mean everything, because I don't know how we would get an invalid thing. But okay, so we got the digits, we got periods, we got, oh, we need string duet dot. So I think we only grab the digits here. How do we do that? I actually might need to do, if we grab digits, we also can grab a exponent. Let's do that. Oh, I see. There we go. And that'll check for that, and then we just ignore it. And then I think that means we don't need to check for digits here, I think. Okay. Alright, we should also do if not good, return false. Basically, if we skip the spaces and then there's nothing left, we don't even bother with that. We just return false there. Okay. So yeah, anytime we grab digits, we can grab an exponent. So that means that you could not have, for example, 1.e15, for example. This does not count as a number. But this would. And I'm fine with that. Okay, so that means digits are their first priority, and then everything else we can just do this way. Let's grab regex duet.token.comment. Is there anything that I actually haven't done? So we have identifiers, new lines, operators, digits, bracket start, bracket end, paren start, paren end, indentation, comma, semicolon, assignment. So what we need here is actually... Do I want there to be any instance? No, I think actually, honestly, I think assignment is not a special case. And then let's also bring the new line up, something like that. What do we want to put in spot 10? Okay. Do we have strings? Oh, we don't have string escape codes, though. Let's say that. So we'll have an escaped character here. Or string text. Yeah, because this is actually going to be quote. So string quote string text escaped string text. So basically we'll also need something fancy for the strings, because otherwise, yeah, I'll do that. So like if grab regex duet token quote, wait, no, string. So while not grab string, or so while is good, and we'll do if we can get an escaped string text. So escaped string text will be const r escape. And then this should be anything dot. And we'll basically just add, so for now, just single character escapes. So yeah, it'll be basically if... Actually, I mean, technically we don't even really need this. Well, I'll just do grab string, or grab regex. And then let's also have const r text equal anything that is not a single quote. So does this have to be escaped? I think it does. So basically we either grab regex of duet.token.escaped string text or escaped see, I think what we do is just or grab regex duet.token.string text or text. And also this needs to be 17. Okay. So basically, if we don't grab escaped text, we just grab regular text. And that should actually be anything up to, as well, a backslash. So anything that is not a single quote or a backslash will be considered a valid text. Actually, probably also no new lines, probably. I wouldn't want there. And we probably just want to have invalid tokens. How do we do that? I think I'll do that. Well, I don't care. Yeah, single quotes, they'll be multi-line strings for now. Okay, so this should be... Now it should be everything, because we got the number exponent, we got periods, comments, quotes, new lines, semicolon, comma, indentation, the exponent, the string text, escape string text, and invalid, and operators. So I think that's everything there. And so what I can try now is when we compile and run, let's do like tokenize. So this should tokenize, I know, for f in duet.files. Oh yeah, this does the keys, right? I still don't actually... Hang on. D equals A1, B2. For K in D. Okay, so that gets us the keys. So var file equals duet.files f. And we'll tokenize file.text. And then also console.log tokenizing file.name. No, let's just do f. So we're tokenizing that. Tokenize that. And then let's just print or console.log tokens. Okay. Let's see if that actually works. Not quite. So redeclaration of const duet, so that's at duet.js112. Okay, so we need to actually have token names here. And then we'll just set that here. Almost. $113. Duet.token. Oh. We're getting closer. So paren start. Duet.token is undefined. So type error. Can't access property paren start. Because duet.token... Oh. Lowercase, I see. I mean, admittedly, it should just be lowercase, but okay. So we tokenized it. So now what I want to do is I'm just going to highlight the text for our currently open file using these tokens. So I think what I can do is I can actually just have the file tokens. So yeah, tokenize. Let's close this. I don't need two of them anymore. So we're going to do file tokens equals that, file dot that, and then let's say highlight active file. Or let's see. Where do we highlight the text? Yeah, because now what we need is this to have tokens. Or I guess what we can do, we can have this. Let's say function go text. Okay. So on input, I'm going to do duet.highlight. Actually, I'm going to do duet.parse, or no, duet. Yeah, you know what? Highlight. So yeah, first things first that we do. Yeah, the best way to test the Lexer, I think, is to just make it so that it definitely... or so that it shows us what's happening. So yeah, so for f in that, we do that. And then, let's call this Lex, actually. Well, I don't care. We'll tokenize all the files. And we do that every key press? Should I do that every key press? That's fine. Because then the expensive part is probably going to be actually getting the editor. Yeah, so I'm just going to basically have this here. What did I just do? That's not quite exactly what I want. Okay, it is kind of what I want. I want to basically simplify it though. So we don't need to actually get any of this. We're going to get our highlighting context, inner text equals nothing. Add a span that has a class in it. And then we need all of these to be duet tokens. And we're going to have different tokens, so like ident, digit, num, exponent, comment. Let's do those. So keywords would be those. Oh wait, we already have comments as that. So yeah, identifiers, digits, exponents. And then let's say, yeah, string text makes sense there. Let's have case duet token dot period, and then quote here as well. And then we'll have string text and escaped string text. No, I want escaped string text to be slightly different. I want it to look special. String text there. Actually, yeah, let's put this with the string stuff. And then we got that. And then this is going to be all of this. So this should be active file. Duet.files duet.active file tokens. Don't even need that. Editor text value, document get art. Okay, so the rest of this should be what we want. Because all of this is going to be... Yeah, let's actually just have this do lexing. Well... Let's have all equals true. And it's just going to be if all. Else. So basically this will parse all files, or let's say like lex all. Else what we'll do is var file equals duet.files, duet.active file. And we'll basically do all the same thing, and we don't even need to log anything anymore, because we will just do our tokenizing. Okay. Because, yeah, then we, have our span stuff and all that stuff. And also, I want my highlight CSS. I'm just going to put it in the index for now. So yeah, I think what this should do is... Yeah, we highlight everything, do that, sync scroll. Don't Don't I have my little create child function here that I can use? And I'm probably going to do that. So yeah. Okay, so when we highlight a function, we can either do all of them. Okay, first off, when we highlight false, we will not highlight all the objects when we're just doing the active thing. We'll just set the active text. Assert this, get that. Okay, I think that should work now, almost. So syntax, missing colon after, or missing that after property list. So that is 136. And that's because I have put something here by mistake. Oh, because I didn't put a comma. Okay. And then that means when we do duet highlight, okay. Reference files is not defined, and that's because we have not defined that there in 107. Oh wait, hang on. Why isn't this defined? Didn't we get the files? Oh, we didn't. Okay. Because we do duet.files there. Okay. Let tk of duet.files duet active file tokens. There we go. It almost works except for the fact that it copies the entirety of the text, because I bet you what I do is this. Yeah. So we need to do tk.start and then tk.end. Wait, hang on. I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing here. So we have tk type. We have tk start. This is actually length. So I think this should just be tk.start. And then we don't mess with the string at all. So we're just doing like this. So if tk start is greater than c, I don't know what this means exactly. Like, do we need the c at all? I don't think we do. What is this? Oh, I see. I see what this is. This is an empty string. This is if the first token is after the string, or if we've skipped any text. Okay, so that actually does not change at all. So the real question then is, why is the text not correct? So yeah, C is start plus length because it's after the token. Which means that this should just be after this, because otherwise it'd be confusing. And yeah, our TK class is false. And we do TK class. And so if we got a style, we do the class name as style. Okay, so this should be doing something. I mean, it almost did something. I think the issue is it's doing something else. Do we do the show text function? Do we need this anymore at all? Yeah, when are we... Uncaught error. Duet.highlight is not a function. I disagree. I think it is a function. Let's call it that. Duet.highlight is not a function. Is it because I needed to reload all of them? No. Oh, I see. Okay, so I think the thing is the lexing is not being done properly. Let's print a few things. No, we don't even have show text anymore, so that should be fine. But it seems like the error is pretty clearly, let's inspect this element. Let's see what we're actually looking at here. So our highlighting context is what I want. Code. Okay, so we got spans, and they seem to be the entirety of the text. So we got like this, break, break, speed. So if I put a space here, oh yeah, but this is going to be indentation, isn't it? Not quite. Okay. I'm not entirely sure how our highlighting content is getting anything, because we only start actually getting keywords here. Where are these coming from? Span. So create element span, parent append child this, inner text equals text. So that span should be, let's just print our console.log text, text style, style. Okay, so we are getting some pretty obvious issues here with our tokenizer. The first one is the fact that, doesn't seem to understand what it's doing. Okay, so when we lex the thing, and I should probably have this inside the tokenizing thing. Yeah, I might as well put it in there. Just for namespaces. We might as well have it nested infinitely deep. Have it so you have to horizontally scroll and it's like 600 characters wide. But okay. So something to do with adding the text. So we have a span, which is the C and the length. And so it seems like our adding tokens, add token. So if C starts with this. So let's print out the tokens then. So for highlighting, so we should probably also then like highlight and I'll just have that as a separate function. And yeah, let's just print duet.token names. tk.type length. Let's do tk dot length. Not quite. Oh, right. Probably forgot a comma somewhere. In fact, I know exactly where. Well, no, I don't. It seems like I forgot a colon and a comma somewhere within this. Because, yeah, token does not seem to have the proper... Oh, wait, no. I see. Almost. And now we do duet.tokenize. Okay. So, text entity player style false. So it does this a lot. How is it doing that if we... Okay, so I'm going to remove this span because we should have this token length. But it's not saying that though. Oh, wait, no. Okay, I see. Because I keep forgetting, this is not the relevant thing. This is for text between tokens. Just spaces. There we go. Okay, so we have an operator and we have a length, and the length is undefined, which is an issue because it shouldn't be undefined. So if we go to token... Oh, because it's a span. Okay. Okay, that was the issue, because we don't have a start and an end. Okay, I'm just going to set it back to... I'm just going to do this. Start int length int, because I'm going to keep forgetting that. Okay, now it's a little better. Yeah, because now we're starting to get some things in here. And that means that now I don't need to console log everything. And then the big thing will be figuring out what the deal is with these, why they don't have their styling, for example. Because all of these should be... So TK class equals code keyword. So do we not have our styling? No, because that should be clearly there. Let's do case or default. TK class equals duet dot token dot or token names. Let's do like code dash plus token names TK class. Oh wait, no. TK type. And we don't really need to break there, but that's fine. Okay, so now we should be able to get the highlighting, and it should at least tell us what's happening. So code operator. So operator is wrong. That's not what that should be. So at least, okay. So we're getting a few things here. So code digits. So digits. Interesting. Why is that not in... Oh, it's digits. Okay. So now at least we got one digit. So yeah, this is starting to help me see our problems. Which is that, for example, it's complete gibberish. Because, yeah, they have completely incorrect things. Okay, go back to tokenizer. So when we tokenize, so the ident should do this. So we grab the regex r ident or blah blah blah. Actually, wait. Is there any reason these would be doing multiple things? I don't think so. And that wouldn't actually matter. But is there anything wrong with our ident? P alpha, D, B. Do we need this star B here? I'm gonna just do that. How does that work? Did that change anything? I don't think so. Yeah. But at least now it's very easy to tell what's happening. Which is... it's really weird. Okay. We're gonna need to debug. Okay, so we are looking at... we skipped spaces. We're good. So we have our text substring match regex, and our regex is that. So what is M? So M is null, because... why is M null? Is it because we're not using the U anymore? Because I forgot that. Okay, so now I think it's going to actually work. There we go. Okay, well, it works a little bit better. But we're still seeing these weird missing pieces. Yeah, this is part of the reason that I wanted to do the syntax highlighting and why I wanted it to be tied directly to the lexer. Because now I can clearly visually see this text is all messed up. All of my beautiful indentation is wrong. For some reason, this is what it considers to be a string. So is this because the characters are just wrong? Maybe the positioning of the letter C? So yeah, because we got a keyword, then another keyword, and we got our span. And then this one, the new line. So why does it have this here? Is it because it's converting the breaks, or it's converting, like the strings are being changed at some point? So yeah, because let's do like duet dot files, duet dot active file dot tokens. Because yeah, type 10, length 4. And this is a new line code. And so for some reason it has 4. And why would that be? I think it's because somehow the string has when it was tokenized, it had the new line and the carriage return. But now that it's in here, it only has the new line. So what was 4 characters for new line, let's double check that. Because now we should see, no, we don't see. In fact, what we see now is it still has 4 characters. It still considers this to be 4 characters. So if we did this, this, for some reason, okay. We're getting something weird here. And that's interesting to me. It seems like every token is 4 characters. So it's actually not that the tokens are wrong in terms of like the amount of them. It's that like this operator thinks it has 4 tokens. Or it's a length of 4 or something like that. So if we go down to that exact token, HT dash is 1, and then K, E. So I think what it is they're just off center. Like this dash is supposed to be this operator. And it's just the actual like letters are wrong. Okay, what would that be? That would be from the length. And so m0.length, I think this is it. Oh. Wait, no, that should be fine. And then this should be fine. m0.length. Substring C, add token. So when we skip spaces... Because, yeah, it seems like specifically the new lines are the issue here. Let's do that. So if we go to console debugger, let's see if we can debug a specific expression. So if we go to new line, debug this one. Okay. So our new line is that. So what is our text right now? So C is 12. So if M... Okay, we got new line, new line. So what is our length here? Our length is 2. And our start is 12. So that feels right. Let's make sure. So let's do a print there. Because yeah, I'm thinking it might be actually in adding the token. So print tk text dot substring c length. Oh, cancel. Oh, I see. Oh, God. Okay. So now if we look to the side, and we look to the console. Okay, program, game, okay, so this looks completely correct in here. So it's not the tokenizer's fault. So entity player, speed, blah, movement. Oh, and neat that we actually were able to start tokenizing. before the thing is loaded. Which is nice, except for the fact that, we should load something. So, load object. So we wait, fetch that, add the object. I'm trying to think, do I want to switch to a file first? Like, basically, when we start, we switch to the first file that's available, and then we wait for the other files to load? I don't care that much. But okay, this seems completely correct. It seems like we're tokenizing it right. It's just that now the highlighting code is broken, which admittedly kind of defeats the point of the whole thing that I said about tying it directly to the highlighter and like making it good and stuff. Okay, so where are we getting the inner text that is not correct? I think it's probably because we're getting I see what it probably is. It's probably because we need to do var text equals... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, so instead of doing this, we're going to do duet files, duet.active files text. Let's see if that's causing any issues. It could be some sort of encoding between... Can't access property text in duet.files. Duet.activefiles is undefined. Oh, active file. Okay. Okay. It was exactly what I was saying, where, like, going from one string to another string was causing issues. It's because there's some sort of encoding difference, or there was some sort of visual difference between, I bet it's UTF-16 is what the difference is. Like, when we put this string into the actual element, it's a 16-bit number. But okay, now we have a few things. And for some reason, this is not... Now we can look for other issues. So, like, entity space player. Good. Our speed is equal, with an operator, to 10.0. And this 0 is an operator. And actually, what I might do is I might just have the CSS handle this. So you know what? I'm going to do that. Yeah, because I want that. And then what I'll do is probably like go to the index, you know, code.ident.code digits. Okay, and then we could have, for example, oh, not quite. Let's remove the console.log. So that way I can see what's actually happening. Interesting. Whenever we change the font here, so when we do duet.lex, lex all, else, f equals active file, file tokens equals tokenized text, duet.highlight. And so the text is our active file text, our view is that, inner text equals that. Oh, it's because we're not updating the thing until... Okay. I see. We need to do lexing here of duet.files. Or wait. Let's just have this be like update text. Add object, remove object. Let's do update text. Basically, just set the text to what it should be. Reference error duet is not defined. Probably because I did that there. And then when we call update text up here, I forgot to do that again. Okay. And now I can do this. Coolio. So now the major thing is that we need to figure out how to get digits here. Oh, I see why. I see how to do this. When I did duet.js tokenize, when we tokenize a digit, so if we grab a period, we should then go back. Well, hang on. If we get digits, and then we get the exponent, so when we do digits, we continue, and then we go to here, and then we do a period, and then we should continue and go back up to here, and then it should get digits again, and then we should, like, we don't get an exponent, but then we continue. So why? I think it might be just that the digits are not the correct, Is there anything causing issues here? Oh, I see. Star. So now what I can do is, that's a digit, or this is a string of digits called 10,000. And we can check that right in here with this, and also ident. Okay, everything is parsing well. 10,000.0. Beautiful. And we can see all of our cool things. Then I can do, like, for example, slash here, which makes this bold and interesting, because it's clearly indicating the escaped strings. And we can have, like, N or T and anything like that. And for now, I'm fine with just having the bold characters here. Though I would like to probably make this resizable rather than like it is. But that's going to be tricky because right now, you know, it's just objects inside objects. So the text area has to be exactly the same size as the pre-object, because this is what actually shows the text. But okay. I think the big thing I would do is not have the keywords. Or I would not have the classes bold there. Basically, go back to index. I'm going to have operator here. There we go. So that way, it's a little bit better, I think. Interesting that this doesn't seem bold. Well, I guess that's fine. And is there any possible way to add, trying to figure out if there's even, like, a way for me to not have valid code. Or, like, valid identifiers. Nope. Seems like it's all valid. So now what I need to figure out is, how do I want to parse this? So let's save all that I have. So tokenizing and highlighting. Hmm. You know what? Code, paren, start, code. Well, I don't know. I think digits, periods, escape string. I think this is fine. Highlight these. Code comment. What if I actually have the default for the code to be like this? Or, hang on. Let's see. Maybe we do dot code fonts? Basically, I want the comments, I think, to be more important. Okay, yeah. So now we got all these. And then what I'm going to do is for comments, we're actually going to have color black. And so that way, comments are king. And they will be ever so slightly... Wait, hang on. Should be called comment, code-comment. Let's make sure that that actually works. I think the comments are not being, hang on. Code operator code, what am I looking for here? Yeah, okay. This is being considered an operator, not a new, or not a token. So yeah. And that's probably because this $sign is the end of the input, not the end of the line. So I'm going to do /n or end of input. And now comments get extra emphasis. And everything else will be right now just a very dark gray on white. And I'm fine with that. Whew. Okay. And yeah, I think it does bother me that I know it's such a tiny polish thing, but I want to load a file and then start, yeah, I don't want switch to in the load object. So it's basically going to be, let's say, switch, or no, to, let's just say p switch equals true. If p switch, we'll do that. And then what I'm going to do is, see, so when we switch to a thing, now that's all fine. I'm realizing Lex. So when we Lex the files, is that when we... Okay, we do update the text there. That was what I wanted. And then dot then. Where do we do the dot then? Okay, first of all, add object, false. We do not switch to the object. And here, somewhere, yeah, we do this. So we're going to do duet.lex false. So basically, we load the game file, and when it's loaded, we start lexing it, and simultaneously, we start loading the other object, and then we do a compilation, which actually I don't care about. We don't need to do that. Actually, I'll just do... yeah, let's just say that. Yeah, we don't even need to compile. We can just lex it. Can't access property of type text. File is undefined. So that would be... Oh wait, I know what to do. Switch to that. And when we switch to a file, we don't really... Okay, we do lex it. Okay. So now... Why is this not done? So we have our editor root. We have the highlighting. Is there... Oh, I think it's just because there's nothing really fancy going on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's just very subtle. And interesting that, it's funny that it, like, italicizes because it's highlighting the actual text. I think, can I change that? Make the highlighted text invisible and then have this one be visible instead? I don't know. I won't bother. Okay. You know, let's say like platform dot frame. So basically, I'm going to have it so that programs can have, or like basically any object can listen to any other object. So platform is going to be just the like current frame of the game. And right now what I want is for the game to just print this every frame. That'll be my goal. What did I do, though? I was doing some funky stuff with, oh yeah, fixing up... Oh wait, let's make sure that this works, for example. Okay, so we can switch back and forth. I can do, like... New player... Hello. And then we can switch back and forth. It still works. We compile it. It does something. So then, yeah, let's say improving the startup. Okay. So yeah, nothing terribly fancy yet. Let's start parsing then. And I guess my question will be, do I want to have all of that in here? Yeah, I might as well. Parse tokens. So yeah, compile. Duet.lex. Duet.parse all. So I'm just going to have parse all. So for f in duet files, parse duet dot files f dot tokens. So yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll just have all the results stored here. But okay, so now I need to figure out, how do we do the actual tokenizing? I think I'm going to do a recursive descent parser. And that means we're going to need some constants here. I'm thinking keywords. And then we'll have like keyword names. And I'll do this for keyword. So yeah, we'd have like, what would we have? Program. Entity. I guess that's it for now. Operators. How do I want to do operators? I think instead what I might do is, do I still have... I don't have my algol spasm folder open. That's going to be useful. I might want to make the parser its own file if it's going to be this big. But, nah, I could just have everything in a gigantic God file. That'd be funny. I'll just do it the same way that I have this one, where I have, like, all of these as a lower thing. So let's do primary 0. Yeah, let's just get all of these in here. Don't I have aliases? And actually, I think I might not have these. Well, no, I'll have these. I've been considering, like, what do I want to do for branching? Like, do I want to actually have branches? And also, I'm going to have these in, like, lowest to highest precedence, because that feels better to me. I don't know why I did it this way. Yeah, so it'll be very algol coded. This does mean, though, actually, there's going to be an issue where these are... How do I want to do that? I'm just going to do this. Wait, we literally have equals here. And I don't think I actually ever need a different equality. Like, do I need double equals here? Because I think it's never ambiguous. Because you basically can't assign at any point other than exactly one expression. So yeah, like, if you can have conditions, and I think they're going to be, you know what, I think that is something where I'd want to have a different, like, yeah, let's go back to that. Duet.js, this is going to be double equals, because basically it's going to be like, for example, if movement equals 0, read like print not moving. You know, because I think this is going to be the only way that we actually do any sort of conditional values. And then you can otherwise have, like, movements. And this is just printing, like, Gonna print vector or something like that. And we have a lot of similar things in here with token types and stuff like that, so I'm going to put those in here. So when we parse, like the tokens, we basically iterate over the tokens in a big loop, so it'll be like while is good. I'll have this be basically the exact same structure as our tokenizer. And then we would do something. We're basically going to be grabbing expressions. So it'd be a similar thing where it's like if grab, x or grab y. So I think first off, grab comment. Well, actually, we can just skip comments. Function grab object. Or like type. I think this should be like fn. So this is going to be our function. And then we'll have skip comments. If skip comments grab comment false. And basically what this will be is function comment. This will just grab, I guess, if tk, no, tokens, tk, dot type, equals, I know a good idea. While, token, or is good, and tokens tk dot type equals duet token comment tk plus plus. So basically, anytime we can skip comments, this means that, for example, if we had like program comment, or like let's say at the start of the program, or at the start of any file, we want a keyword and then the game, or a keyword and an identifier. Here, what we can do is now with skip comment, we can have a comment at here. And this will just be skipped. And also that means that we should skip new lines here. That would be interesting to like make it transpile into JavaScript. Because what I'm thinking of right now is I want to have a VM that's in WebAssembly, but the compiler will be JavaScript, just because JavaScript has a lot of convenience features for like, text processing and stuff. But I think that would be, it might not be in the scope of the jam, but that would be fun. But yeah, a transpiler is also a thing that I could do, because I've been thinking about that for other language projects as well. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Yeah, so while it's good. Let's do if not grab keyword, we will add an error. So let's just do parse error. Expected the program to start with either program or entity. So yeah, let's start adding some things. So like let tree equal nothing. Or I guess it's going to be like this. So our tree of parsed objects will be that. And then we should have like let root equals tree. No, I think it should be the opposite. So basically we can have like arbitrarily nested things, even though I'm still just going to be doing a big for loop over everything. Okay, so function parse error text. And this will be tree dot push. Let's have parse node types, I guess. You know, I have a good idea. Parse node names, and then we're just gonna have like a parse node. So yeah, we're gonna push a parse node invalid. And then it's gonna have tk1. Oh wait, no. Type parse node invalid, start tk, length 1. Let's have like an add node. Okay, I'm gonna see how to make this make sense. And then, you know what, while is good, parse error, not implemented, LOL. So adding a node. Tree dot push type start tk length message, or like, yeah, message. Okay, and then we will return the tree. And yeah, we can have like we can set the tree. Oh, it actually return the root of the tree. So yeah, for now, all we're going to be doing is adding a bunch of parse errors. And let's see, so parse all does this, and then like duet.check errors. Or like show errors. Because yeah, when we do highlight, show errors. Okay, do that. So yeah, for tk. Oh wait, actually, no, we should have the errors be a separate thing. So we should have like basically errors. Let errors equal nothing. And what we'll do instead is we're going to have no node here, or no message there. Just going to add this and then like errors push. Let's say TK, or like start TK. Message text. Let's see if I can make this work. And then we will return, instead of this, we'll return tree as root, errors as errors. Okay, so that should be good there, I think. Tokenize text, that's fine. Oh, wait. I see. Tokenize is now not properly closed. Wait, what did I do? I did something. I did something to mess up the functions. Earlier than this, it looks like. Oh, I see. For TK in, I know. Var tree equals duet.files, duet.activeFile, .parse tree. Eventually I could even do these in like multi-threaded. Kind of, maybe. Okay, so the big thing that I need to do is when you parse all, duet.files f dot parse tree equals the parsed result. So that way we save all of those, and then when we go to errors, we do this, and then and let's also do var tokens equals duet.file. Let's just do var f equals. I've been doing so much Godot that I can't, or I keep doing the thing there. Okay, duet files. We get the active file. Then we get the tree, then we get the tokens. For, this will be, I guess that's fine. For e in tree.errors, var error equals tree.errors e tokens dot no tokens error dot start dot element dot add class. How do we add a class to something? I think I do that in my actual thing. So if we go back to tests editor, parse. So yeah, for let error of, I'll do that actually. There's something weird. Apparently of is much slower than the regular thing. Like, these for loops are much faster. But okay. I think we don't need the length right now, so we're just gonna do... yeah, we just get the span here. Class list add code invalid. And what I'll also do is I will print or console dot error. Yeah, that's fine. Parsing error. Error dot message. So for, let's go with tokens dot start. I don't really care. So if I did a compile and run, how would that look? So parse is not defined. Wait, hang on. There we go. Okay, so now if I run, oh, I see. Parse all. I keep forgetting that. Okay, keyword is not defined. Okay, yeah, because we need function keyword. So where's comment? Do we not have comment? Oh yeah, we don't have comment. Okay. So let's do function keyword. And we also need function tk text, I think. So we're going to do let low text equals text dot to lowercase, which admittedly I should probably just get the text and save it as lowercase permanently, because right now we get the lowercase text twice, but that's fine. Oh wait, but we don't even have the text. Okay, we actually do need text here. In fact, we kind of just should do, we should just do this. And then we should parse this there. So this will be like our file. So yeah, let's do like, so we're gonna do like file text let tokens equal file dot tokens. And technically that means that we could just like do this, but that's okay. I'm gonna ignore that. Like we could just assign the parse tree to the thing, like the individual file. But oh well. Ignore that. So this is gonna be tk substring tk.start tk.length. Okay, so if not tree dot what am I trying to do here? Let's do like function next token, or like eq. Return tokens tk. So if eq dot type is not equal to duet dot token dot ident. Let's do this. Name. Yeah, if the name type is not equal to that, we just return false. Else. Or elif. So for this keyword, we're looking for two specific things. We're looking for either tk text. Oh wait, let's see. Yeah, we need that as well, actually. Let's just call this token. Because otherwise it's going to get confusing, since I use tk as the index. But okay, name dot, or like token. Let name equal tk text token. So yeah, if name is not equal to program, or name is not equal to entity, return false, else or let's say like this is going to be like our program init, or what should this be called? Header. So expected the program to start with either program or identity and the name of the file, and a name. So function grab, no, function idents. How do I want to do this exactly? Let's just call this name. And then we'll just have like a program entity. Well, yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm getting confused with a bunch of stuff. Okay, so if the name is not equal to a program or that, we return false. Okay, so now what I want is I want a name for the thing. So let's do if, or let's say if name is not equal to program, or name is not equal to entity, or name is, or not is good. So basically, if the program is just a file that says the word program, it's not a valid program. So we return false. And then let how do I want this to be done? Because I basically need to grab the thing here. Let's call this var t equals this. Return t. And what it's going to be is actually we get let header equal add node. Let's just call this a header now. Zero. Actually, let's say invalid. Invalid is 0, header is 1. We're getting complicated. Who knew writing a parser was complicated? But okay. We now create a node. And it'll just be, for now, just one object. And then what we should do is we should also have the ability to, like, append to the node, I think. Let's just say if not is good. Parse error ended, or header ended early. Return false. Okay. So header.type equals, well, we don't really need to get this now because we have this. And then what I'm going to do is, let's just add a node of length 2. Oh, wait, no. Duet.token. Or parse node.header 2. There we go. So yeah, because we got ourselves a header, and it's going to be of length 2 tokens because it's exactly 2 tokens. It's going to be the type of it and then the name of it. And we know that we need those. So if we don't have that, we're just going to error out early. Well, let's actually not do that. Let's name. I'm going to call this type. Name equals tk text eq. Oh wait, no. Token equals this. I keep going between let and var, but okay. If n token dot type not equal to duet token with a capital T. Actually, I prefer if it was lowercase, probably. I don't care that much. Okay, so we add the node of a header. And if token is not equal to token.ident, we just add another parse error. Expected a name after what is it? Type. There we go. Return false. Otherwise, tk plus equals 1, and then header.length plus equals 1. So let name equals tk text, tk plus equals 1, header.length plus equals 1, header dot, well, I guess that's fine. We don't even need to return anything anymore. Because, yeah, we've already put the header in the node list. Okay, let's see if that does anything. So now, we should be able to compile and run. Parse node is not defined. Well, so can't access property class list tokens blah is undefined. Why is that the case? It's probably because... Why would it be? Hang on. Let's go to show errors. Let's see what our errors are. Because we got quite a few. So yeah, the message expected the program to start with either program or entity and a name. Not implemented. Okay, so we should have all of these working. So for tree and errors, tokens, error. Oh wait, hang on. What are the tokens like again? Oh, they have spans, not elements. Right. The info, the objects here have elements. So this is actually span still. And this means we actually could have more advanced highlighting. But okay, good. Now it shows the errors here. You know, expected the program to start with either program or entity and a name. I'm not sure why it didn't start with entity or a name. Oh, because I didn't actually return true at the end. So this is going to be head node. Okay. It almost worked, I think. So why is it not working? I think what I also need to do is I need to print all the errors. Oh, wait, no. I do print all the errors. Yeah. So why do we not have the grab header? So if not grab header, I think it's because we're not reloading properly. It should be working now. Because yeah, I thought this would be right. Grab header. Let's look up header. So yeah, we return true here. I guess we just try it again. See what's going wrong. Is it not hang on. Oh. I wish I didn't do that. Oh well. Okay, so I'm gonna clear this. Because that's what I meant to do when I pressed the X button. Okay. So for some reason this is not doing anything. Oh wait. Because grab doesn't do anything. FN. There we go. Silly me. Okay. There we go. So now we get the tokens, we get that. So the program, so the type. Aha. TK text token is not getting us the right thing. Why is that true? Hang on. Stop that. So our token, length start type. So what are we returning here? We should be returning not this. Because we can see pretty clearly TK. The token, oh, because it's tk.start, tk.length. I love JavaScript. I love how it is wrong. Hang on, I'm going to just change this as well. So this is always wrong. I love JavaScript. It doesn't tell you, hey, doing .start on an integer doesn't make sense. It tells you, that's undefined, buddy. Okay, try this again. Is it getting a bit better? No. Let's try this again. So if we do header, and then we do this, then we start. Okay, so our token is length that, length this. Token type is an identifier. The type is program. So if type is not equal to program, or type is... Oh, wait, hang on. De Moore's law. Okay. Now we have almost not quite. So token is undefined. TK text. Oh, because I'm not doing it again. Okay. So, okay. Now we get this. And then what I'm going to do is I want to add some more header file things. So we can do like code program, for example, or code.header. So we could do font style. Actually, that means we could add all of these here. So, or font text decoration underline. So basically, I want more help figuring out everything that's here. And what I'm going to do instead of the errors here, so when we do show errors, I'm going to call this show parse results. And what it's going to be is for that, we do that, and then for let's say like process tree. T. For let node of tree dot. Let's say that. Or no, let node of t. Okay, and then what we do is process tree result tree. And what it's going to be is for each thing, if there's children of it, it'll do something. So for each node of the tree, we will do token, or for int let I equal node.start I less than node.start plus node.length I plus plus. Tokens dot span, or tokens I dot span dot class list dot add, or is it push? What do I have pushed? Okay. Code dash plus duet dot parse node names node dot type. Basically, this should give us code header and code quote, or whatever it is. But okay, basically what this should do is I should underline this and keep this here as valid, or keep that as like errored. And what I might do is have this be, so invalid will instead be, wait, hang on. Let's call this error instead. And it will be slightly different. Because it's just going to be a regular underline, colored red. I think. See if this actually makes any sense. I don't think it did. Wait. It did, kind of. Except for the fact that the inspector did not show... I think because I didn't update my editor. Or my CSS. Let's check. So basically, this is supposed to have code-header as well, and I think that hasn't happened. Process tree. So is it because of this? So tokens, span list, class list, add code-duet. So basically, this should be adding some code to each token in like the parse tree. And what I can do then is I can do more advanced syntax highlighting when you compile. So yeah, let's see if that actually... Okay, parsing error, that's fine. But it's still not... Maybe I just didn't update it. Is it because I'm not showing the... Why would it be doing... So why would it be doing let node of t? Is this causing issues? Process tree. For let node of t. So what is the tree here? Oh, what is the result? Okay, so our tree doesn't have anything in it. Why is that the case? Root. Hang on. Okay, so our root is an empty array, and then we do tree equals root. And then we should be adding to the tree, right? Tree dot... Oh, we don't push anything. I'm stupid. Well... Hang on, let's see if this... Okay, now it should work, though. Boom. So now it underlines that, and then here it's a different underline. Because now it's not the problem is not the tokenizer, it's the what have you, the other thing. And also I'm going to do font weight bold for this. So yeah, we get our beautiful thing, compile it. Now, our program is at the top, but I can still do, this is cool, or this is a cool comment for my game. Here's another one, and that. Ah, because it doesn't skip new lines after the comments. Hang on. Skip. So we should also do comments. So yeah, we are going to skip, well, is good, and token type equals that, or tokens tk dot type equals duet dot token dot new line, because most of the time the new lines are not actually very important. Let's see if this works. So we have like a comment. Not quite. And that's because, so skip comments, while is good, and dk plus plus. Return is good and function. So actually what we should do is, after any comment, while is good, or let's say, yeah. And this. TK plus plus. Basically, well, how do I want to skip comments? I guess what I'll do is just skip white space. Or like skip new lines. And what I can do is just skip new lines. Because they're not useful here. And then we can grab the header. So for every header, we do this. Or for every comment, after the comment, we just skip as many new lines as we need to. And then we add the tokens. And then we can do this. And then there's that. And then let's try this. Comment. Compile and run. It doesn't quite work for some reason, because, let's see what our parsing is doing. Okay. Is it because it's not doing... Let's try this. F11. So while is good in tokens TK type equals token TK type to new line. So what is our first one? Length 9, span code comment. Okay. So we skip that. So if skip comments... Oh, I see. I was supposed to set that to true by default. There we go. Okay, so we skip that, skip this, skip the new lines, do that. Okay, then we can go. And now we have this. It's beautiful. And actually, can we switch between these two? I know what to do. Show parse results. So yeah, let's do like switch to. And actually what we can do here is we don't actually need to do this. We can just do if... Let's do var file equals duet.active file, or file name. So file.text if file dot tokens highlight if file dot parse tree show parse results duet dot this. And so basically, if we compile... Oh wait, hang on. Can't access property duet.game, duet.file is undefined. Oh, I see. Files, there we go. It's almost there. Oh, otherwise we should do else duet.lex. False. And we should probably do... I guess we can just parse all. Well, nah. We won't do that. That'd be too inefficient. But okay. So we can compile and run. And now what we can do is we can swap between the two of them. And we can see the actual compiled results. They do get a little messed up as time goes on, it seems. I'm curious what the meaning of that is. And we don't need to print the... Oh, wait. Yeah, we don't need that for now. Well, yeah. I'll just comment it out for now. Our main thing is the fact that it does work. It is kind of janky, but if we just compile and run again. I'll just put that as a bug. Editor bugs. Switching to and from messes up the parser classes. And I wonder why that would be. Oh, because it changes the... Does it change the spans? Hang on. Let's go to here. So, when we set the spans here, equal to substring blah, do that. That's fine. So, okay. If it has tokens, we highlight. Otherwise, we lex it. If it has a parse tree, we do that. Else, we could just do... yeah, I'll ignore that for now. But okay, we have parsed the name of the file. We have parsed this part so far. Oh wait, I needed to make sure that like a comment with a new line would work. It does not. So why would that not work? So because we have these... Oh, because we don't skip the new lines. Okay, hang on. Wait, no, but that should make sense. Yeah, because if it's good, and then we do that, and then we do this, we should skip new lines. Oh, wait. I see, I see. I did it wrong. We do this, and then we skip the new lines. And then I'm going to skip, and then that still didn't work. Try it again. So what is our token here? Span code invalid. Okay, I see. Start and I guess that's fine. So type is 17, which is invalid. It's an invalid token. Hang on. We didn't have any invalid tokens. Print or console.error invalid token. Let's do t or text.substring c. Let's do like 5. Invalid token prin. And so this works, but then the new line here, this doesn't work, and that's because we're getting invalid tokens after the new line. And so if we get S plus NR plus, oh, S star. Okay. It was because empty lines were not being valid. Okay. They were not being processed as a new line. They were being processed as broken. Or as just an invalid character. But okay, so that solves that. So now we have comments. So I'm going to do git commit a. Okay, so now we can actually parse the start of a file. And then what we can do is we can start parsing the other things. So I'm going to need then any sort of identifier with periods. So actually basically any expression followed by a tab or indentation and a new line. How do I want to implement this? But then it should be followed by anything that is like, you know, any arbitrary number of things that are also indented. We don't really need this right now. Yeah, let's make sure, let's see what this looks like in here. You know, having the class name here just tell me the token name is really useful, honestly. Yeah, I think what I would do is I would have like expression, new line, indentation. So yeah, we can have like an expression or indentation, I guess. And some things need to backtrack. So basically, let's say skip comments equals true, rack equals false. So start equals tk, and then like var r equals this, return r, and then like if backtrack tk equals start. Well, this is tricky, because we should actually be able to get the... So instead of adding the node here, what would I want to do? I think this is fine. Basically, what I'm going to do now is we're going to grab, basically, any number of expressions, then, or assignments, and, like, expressions. I'll show you. So while is good, grab expression, or grab, I know what to do, actually. Better. Let's say if grab expression. If grab, I'm curious about something. If I put an indentation here, what does that do for us? Okay, this is just part of the new line, because the trailing white space is part of it, and then the indentation. So if indentation and grab parsing. Let's grab statement. Let's just do that. Because basically, function statement What this is going to be is skip white space. Or no, skip new lines. Actually, I guess just skip... Well, this is fine. Yeah, we just skip any number of new lines until we get to our next thing. Trying to think. How do we do a binary operator? I guess we just grab if, grab assignment. Or grab what would I call this? I guess I call it an event function assignment. Okay, so with the assignment here, for now just be grab identifier. Let's try this. Well, no, I think it's going to be let token equal peak. And then like if token dot type not equal to duet token ident return false. Otherwise, we are going to start adding these tokens to it. So we're going to do let as node equal add node assignment. Let's call it a binding. And this will be 1 for now. And we should probably like function grow node amount equals 1. And basically this will be node dot length plus equals amount, and then pk equals amount. So that way I can just do grow node here. Let's just do that. Grow head node. Because yeah, we'll be doing this a lot where I create a node in the parse tree and then I like expand it, I think. And now what I'm going to do is let's go to parse, or no, process tree. If children in node process tree node children, because eventually we'll have those. My brain is like falling apart. Where even was I? I think having all of this in one file is too much for my brain. But okay. And then function grab event. Let's just do a parse error not implemented LOL. So what it's going to be is unbinding should be let tk, or like let EQ token equal peak if EQ token type not equal to duet dot token dot operator. Return false. If tk text EQ token not equal to equals, return false. And what I should probably do here is actually do a parse error. Expected, well, no. We don't need to do that here. We'll only do that when we do, like, when we can't do one or the other of these. So grab statement or parse error expected statements. Okay. So we'll just do like if so yeah, we're looking for an expression here. And then what we're going to do is we must return a what will we return? At the very least, we can grow the AS node. If not is good, we'll return false again. And then what we should do is we should have AS node.children equals grab. Oh, this is going to be tough. Now I want to actually like have the nodes be recursive. I guess I just do this, and then like tree equals AS node children grab expression. Trying to figure out how to best do this. Let's do actually like a create node here. Well, I don't know. Let's just do if we backtrack. We'll just do like token or like parse tree.pop or something like that. Is that how this works? Hang on. So A equals 1, 2, 3, A dot pop. Okay, we just do pop. Yeah, I think I'm starting to lose my brain power here. Because I've done quite a bit. But yeah, it's starting to get, this is like 4.5 hours of this. But okay, I'm going to do a little bit more to wrap this up in a place where I can figure out what the heck to do next. So yeah, basically what I'm going to do is we do this, and then tree equals, let's do var parent equals tree, and then tree equals parent, because we're going to grab an expression here, and this is going to be function expression parse error not implemented lol. So uncaught type error, fn is not a function. That's because grab... oh, because we're also doing function... Oh, wait. That's because this should be there. Like that. There we go. And then we compile and run. Almost. Tokens I is undefined. And let's just do like tokens I. So let's do like if not I, or if I not in tokens, continue. Does that work? No. Okay. Compile and run. Definitely compiling. Okay. So now it's a little bit better. Because you can see it recognizes this as a statement. Or it's going to recognize this as an assignment, but then it's going to fail. Let's make sure that that's exactly what's happening. So code undefined. Okay, interesting. You know what? Let's make that a thing that I have here as like, that's just a bug in the game, or in the engine. So yeah, code undefined. Font style, italic, text decoration, wavy, underline, color. I'm gonna do, let's do like some red, maybe a little bit of green, and then some blue. And that way, we have a fun little thing there. I'm gonna say, let's say like AA BB. I want it to be a deeper purple. Maybe actually, I mean, admittedly, I'm styling that too much, but okay. That's the bug. So that's just bugged code. So that means that, oh, that's because we don't actually have duet.parse node dot. So we have header binding. Okay, that's just because we don't have binding. To, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so it's trying to do a binding here. It's failing because there is no binding. Yeah, because what it should have done was backtrack and then do the parse error here. So how do we actually... I know. When we grab, we should do... I think backtrack should be here. So that way I can do that by default. Because we'll be doing that for both of these. True. And then grab event. False. We will not... Actually... Yeah. True as well. Okay, so now it looks a little bit different. What's happening here now? I think now what's happening is it's actually or it's thinking of, okay. It just knows that this is an identifier. It gave up at actually trying to figure it out. I mean, I guess we should probably have it set the error. If there's no, like, if it tried to fail. Yeah, let's do that. Where it's like, if we don't backtrack, we expect it to be something. If backtrack else, parse error, TK. So we need probably like TK minus start. And now what I'm actually gonna have is length equals 1. And we actually don't even need that to be there. Well, we could, but... So now what I'm going to do is true, grab expression. So this should not backtrack. This should not backtrack, actually. That's where it's going to be. We must do one or the other. And actually, here, we're going to return false. Because we can actually just do that everywhere. So when is this undefined? This is our last little thing. So is that because I didn't do paren end properly? Aha. Very useful thing. I like this system. So now we have a much closer to what I'm actually expecting here. It's still not quite backtracking properly, but that's okay. So yeah, because basically it was supposed to backtrack all the way to here and then do the error. So it looks like it's trying, like it assumes this is a statement of some sort. And then it's like, okay, we should probably like give up then. What we should actually do here is we should grab at least one new line. Well, actually, not quite grab a new line. We should just do, like, if peak dot type not equal to token. We will do duet dot, what should we do? I mean, because it feels like it's impossible for it to not be... well. I'll just do parse error. Expected a new line after, or between statements. Actually, that's supposed to be somewhere else. That's supposed to be here. Then we skip the new lines. So yeah, what we should now have is like this, capture and run. This has an error, and that's because we actually do need to print the parse errors now. Because yeah, I do want to figure out exactly what things are doing when they should be doing things. Yeah, expected a new line between statements. Good job, me. Parsing error. Expected a new line again here. Parsing error. Blank. At token. Error start. So this one does not seem to be quite what it should be. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, okay, yeah, that is correct. Okay. And I'm thinking what I might want instead of what I'm doing now, where I have like returning true and false, and then we like can grab different things. I may want this was good for when we had like a list of tokens, but now that we're getting these parse nodes, it feels like this is a rather poor structure. So I should probably go back to like a recursive thing, where it's like, you know, maybe we have like a program equals like this, and then like program header equals grab header. You know, and then like you know, so instead of doing an expression here, we would actually just do like you know, we'd return this, return R, but this would actually be I guess it's still fine like this. And then if it's like, you know, if not program header, we expected that there, or something like that. And then like you know, while is good, we'd have like statements equals an array. And so while statements, so like we'd have like var s equals grab statement or parse error blah, program dot statements dot append statement. And then I would need to figure out basically how to actually get the program children to work. Or properly figure out the classes for everything. Because we basically do like, yeah, this would be tricky to figure out how I want to do this. So what I'm going to do is, because my brain, I think my brain is just getting tired. I'm going to remove all the things I did here. Make sure that this still kind of works. So we're getting an error here because we wanted a new line here. Parsing error 2 at token 2. Interesting that there's like a parse error of 2. Oh, parse error TK minus start. Okay, this is because we wanted to... Could not grab a... syntax of type FN? Does that actually work? How do we get the name of a function in JavaScript? The name property of a function. Makes sense. So now we have could not grab syntax of type header at token blah. Expected new line blah, not implemented lol at token blah, could not grab syntax of type event, could not grab in syntax of type statements, or statement. So could not grab index of or syntax of type header, but we did. Oh wait, hang on. This should be if not R and... Hang on. If not R. That explains that. So, okay. Could not grab syntax of type event at token this. Could not grab syntax of type token at blah. Okay. And actually that means that we can actually have this backtrack because the statement itself is not backtracked. And we don't need this because we're not backtracking there. And then if we did, for example, that. So expected a name after header of type that. Could not get a header of that. Expected program to start with this. So we don't even need this. We can just do grab header. So yeah, skip new lines, grab header. While is good. We peek at the new lines. We expect the new line between statements. Okay. Expected name after header. Could not grab header at token. Expected new line between those. Not implemented that. Okay. So that means that it's kind of working. I just haven't implemented most of it. Git status. What have I done since the last 15 seconds where I committed before? I guess better... Okay, I see. Starting to parse bindings and things. I think I need to... Yeah, I think I need to rethink how I'm doing that, because I'm kind of dumb right now. So yeah, we're gonna do... parsing... Or starting to parse statements. Yeah, so far... I mean, I guess... Oh yeah, I don't have a remote repo. But I guess I've at least started on it. It looks cool. I can do syntax highlighting. Most of it doesn't work. But it's not that bad. Admittedly, the errors clear away. It's not a full IDE experience. But I really do like having the Lexer built into the syntax highlighting, because that's so useful from like a programming or like a bug fixing and like language changing perspective. So I'm glad that only took a couple hours. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow, and I might be back later today if I feel like it, to work on more of this. But okay. Oh, wrong button. This button is what I want. Alright, I will be back. See you later.